Hi everyone, welcome to the Nikon Iris Professional Photography Online Awards. The category that we are judging this afternoon is portrait in camera category. And I just want to say a quick few words about our amazing sponsor, Memento Pro. Big shout out to Libby, Jeff and the team at Memento Pro. These guys have such a huge passion for creating beautiful books and albums, especially for wedding and portrait photographers and self-publishers. They are also an incredible support of the photographic industry. Do go and check them out for your next book or album. Head to their dedicated New Zealand website or give Jackie a call. She's based in Wellington and is Memento Pro's go-to person here in New Zealand. We want to thank Memento Pro for their enormous support at this year's awards. Thank you so much, Memento Pro. We're now going to, we just saw all of the entrants for this particular category, and now we're going to have a look at the images that are going to be judged live this afternoon. Alrighty. I'm just going to read out a description of this category. So we are judging portrait in camera category. Photographs of single subjects or group portraits, including babies, children, parents, grandparents, families, corporate, travel, domestic, farm and zoo animals. Entries may be traditional and or interpretive portraits. Intended to award innovation, creativity and technical mastery in photographing and presenting an authentic representation of what has been captured in camera without the use of compositing techniques. So that's your category description. We're going to do a little judge intro. So I'll just call on some of the judges and you can just give me a super quickly intro. Who you are, where you are. Russell, you're first up.
Better unmute myself then. Hi, Russell Hamlet from Auckland, New Zealand. This is my 28th year judging. I never lose the excitement for doing it. It feels as much fun doing it this way as it always has, and I look forward to adding value to the process.
Thanks, Russell. Good to have you here. Richard.
Hi, I'm a photographer from Hawke's Bay, New Zealand. Also a portrait photography educator and a Grand Master of the NZIPP. And yeah, looking forward to another one of my favourite categories, so looking forward to it.
Thanks, Richard. Johan? Johan, turn your mic on. Oh.
There you go. Is that better?
Okay.
Hi, I'm Johan. I'm from Christchurch. I love photographing people. I love seeing photographs of people. I love the stories that are in the photographs. I'm really looking forward to this judging session.
Thanks, Johan. Laura.
Hi, I'm Laura. I'm a photographer based in Wellington. I've been photographing for 12 years now, and this is my second year judging, and I love it.
Thanks, Laura. Tony. Unmute yourself, Tony. Ha.
Yeah, hi, I'm Tony Carter. I'm a photographer from New Plymouth. I'm mainly portraits, under portraits, and photographing people around our lovely mountain that I find. And I'm a Grand Master, and I've been New Zealand Photographer of the Year 6 times.
Thanks, Tony. Craig, hi.
Hello. I'm Craig Turner-Bullock. I'm a pet photographer based in Christchurch. I've been doing it for 19 years now. And this is my first time judging, so I'm really excited to be here, looking forward to seeing the images. I'm a master of NZIPP with 2 bars and an associate of AIPP.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Jacinta.
Hi, I'm Jacinta, so a Melbourne-based photographer in Australia. I specialise in family and portraits. This is also my first year entering the IRIS Awards, so it's a little bit exciting as well. Looking forward to judging this category as it's one of my favourites.
Thanks, Jacinta. Mel. Hi, Mel.
Hey, I'm Melissa Anderson. I'm a Brisbane-based photographer. Completely honoured to be here to be able to judge these incredible images. One of my favourite categories, and I can't wait. So thanks for having me. It's a privilege to see what everyone enters. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Jackie.
Hi. Yes, based in Twizel, centre of the South Island. I've been judging for 15 years or so, a Grand Master of the NZIPP and the ARPP. I started my career photographing people, and I still love it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. And I'm Kate, and I'm your panel chair for today. I'm a portrait photographer based in Christchurch. So welcome, everyone. Let's get into it. So first up on our judging panel, could I please have Laura, Jacinta, Johan, Russell and Richard. All right, all ready to go. Michael, can we please have the first image? And we have a score of 81. This is a silver, and we have a challenge from Johan.
Cool. Let's warm this up really nicely. I've given this an 87. I'm just asking for a higher silver than just an 81. This is a rich photograph full of lots and lots of information. Normally, I would be really reluctant to reward imagery where the subject is pretty much dead center. But in this image, it's so appropriate. All the weight of his years and years of collecting sits above him, sits all around him, and it's presented to us in lovely, thorough detail. And another thing I really don't like about images is where text is written into the image to direct me, but the text is obscured enough not to be too obvious, and it reads something to the effect of, if you have it and, hang on, oh, you're better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. And he has it all. So yeah, I'd like you to reward this image if you can. I gave it an 87 so far.
Thanks, Johan. Jacinta, would you like to say a few words? You were at the other end of the scale.
Yeah, I was in the bronze range, and I think the reason why is that overall there is no focus point, so it's quite noisy. Like, I cannot even focus in on the subject's eye, and I like that it's been converted to black and white because I think that's helping the highlights. But I'm struck that I'm trying to find where the focus point is in the image, the sharpest point, and there isn't one. And the other thing that was holding me back is in the highlights and the windows, we've got a lot of information there, but I don't know if it's adding to the image. It's either it needs to be all blown out or needs to be speaking to the image as well. So we've got, especially in the center frame there towards the left, there's a spot on the window, and yeah.
Thanks, Jacinta. Russell?
Couple of points.
And then I'll come to you.
I scored at 82, and I'm listening to Johan. And Jacinta, I think part of the strength of the image actually is the fact that the depth of field is its power. I mean, everything is available to us in minute detail. And I think that's part of its, that's why I sort of love it so much, really, rather than get tricky with a focal plane. They haven't done that. We get to see it all. So that actually pleases me quite a lot. And I think I could lift my score a little bit. It is a very crisp and well presented image. Thanks,
Russell. Richard, you had something to say?
Yeah. Look, I scored at 82, which was just slightly above the average. But I am going to come in and support you there, Johan. Look, it's deliberately a busy image, so I'm really happy about that. It's something your eye is designed to go through and look at everything in all its detail. I think the focal point is that guy's face. If you look at the lines of perspective, he's sitting on the vanishing point there. And to support you, Johan, in terms of the explanation of having something placed right in the center, I've always felt that if the subject is placed right in the center of an image, it shows that they own that environment. And this is very much his shed. I mean, and he is placed there. He's in charge of that environment rather than a part of it. It's so much. So I'm going to come up and support you a little bit more. And regarding the highlights of the windows, I'm happy with that. We don't need to be seeing any detail of what's going on outside because it's not about that. But it would be a little bit peculiar for me just to have that stark white, and it would just be even a bigger distraction of it would lead your eye somewhere it shouldn't.
Thanks, Richard. Johan, back to you for right reply.
Out of this beautiful, ugly chaos, I would like to see somebody find a nice, shiny, big, fat silver with distinction. Thank you.
Thanks, Johan. Judges, please rescore.
He's good.
And we have an 85, silver with distinction.
Thanks, guys.
A nice way to start the category. Thanks, guys. Next image, please. And we have a 73. Russell, would you like to give a few wee words on this one?
Yeah, I just stuck it in good professional range. It's a fun moment and everything. It's a little bit flat for me, and it's not particularly remarkable other than being a bit of fun for the subjects.
Great. Thanks, Russell. Next image, please. And we have a score of 70. Thank you, judges, all very consistent. Jacinta, would you like to say something to this image for the photographer?
Yeah, I think where it's lacking is I want to see a little bit more personality from our subject here. We can tell that he's writing on a window, but we don't, that's as much information as we're given. So it just needs a little bit more there.
Thanks, Jacinta. Next image, please. And we have a score of 68. Again, nice and consistent from our judges. Johan, would you like to offer a few words for the photographer?
I love the light falling on the face of the baby, but the ring around, the light coming around over the ear makes the ear stand out too much. So you end up being distracted by what the ear there. So a bit more control of light would be good.
Russell, you had a quick wee something.
Oh, sorry, Dal, I was just cropping.
Oh, you put your hand up.
Yeah, no, it was.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, never mind.
Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73. Russell, you can talk this one.
No, that's all right. I'm happy with that. Yeah, I just thought it was a little bit more just for the mood that was created, but there's a few little things that are sort of bugging me a little bit now, so I'm happy with that score actually.
Great. Thanks, Russell. Next image, please. We have a score of 74. Thank you, judges. Laura, do you want to offer a couple of words?
Yep, sure. I like the nice silhouette here. I just think maybe she needs to be doing something a bit more interesting just to get into that award range.
Great, thanks, Laura. That's wonderful. Next image, please. We have a 69. Thank you, judges. I'm going to go to Johan. Thanks, Johan.
It's a lovely image, great eyes. The brightness of the hands draws you out of the picture as you look towards them, and maybe a bit of darkening on the curtain might have helped as well. Maybe not so central.
Fab. Thanks, Johan. Can we have a blank screen, please, Mike? And Jacinta, do you want to, let's just do a wee change. Melissa, are you there? Can we bring you in, please? Thanks, Jacinta. Thanks, Melissa. Great. Next image, please. This scores a 75, so that's a bronze award. And judges are all, again, very consistent with that. Let's go to, Melissa, do you want to do a quick comment for the photographer?
Yeah, I like the honesty in this image. I enjoy all the elements. I do find that I am competing between the two different subjects, so I'm almost tempted that maybe if we shot this from a lower camera angle, just to direct us to which subject is the one we should be looking at. But congratulations on Bronze Award.
Thanks, Melissa. Great advice. Next image, please. And we have a score of 75. Johan wants to challenge this one.
What a beautiful, simple image that's incredibly sad. It's got a mysterious message coming through, and I'm not sure what it is, but it feels like loss. And maybe that's something to do with the boat. But if you can look at this image and not feel loss, then I don't know. It's just really strong. I've given it a silver. I'm not asking for anything more exceptional than that, but it really does feel good.
Thanks, Johan. Russell? I saw
yeah, Johan always has a quite. There's definitely a sense of loss, and I guess that's the only thing that kind of is jumping out of it. But it's so sort of difficult to figure out what the source of that is, and there I struggle really. Lovely crisp presentation, lovely image, but I scored 73, not even actually in award range, because I'm lost on his loss, I suppose.
Thanks, Russ. Melissa?
Yeah, I scored this 78, and I'm happy to go up with Johan. I really enjoy the simplicity in this image. I looked at it from a couple of different ways. My grandfather made boats, and it's one of my dad's prized possessions, boats that my grandfather has made. So the way that he's holding it and the age of that boat, I wonder, is he a person that races these boats? Is he a person that has a dream? Is this a heritage reason? I love the fact that he's looking off into the yonder. It's not about the photographer. He doesn't want to be in this moment. He's looking out and dreaming of being out. So I love the technique, the simplicity. I particularly love the way that the mast just comes in right at the neck top and just intercedes there. It is just so symmetrical and beautiful, and yeah, I think it's definitely worthy of a silver also.
Thanks, Melissa. Back to you, Johan. Write a reply.
Melissa, that was 10 loves that you gave that. That was awesome. Thank you very much. what I'm getting out of it is the weight of loss. You see this boat, it's not heavy, but it looks heavy on his heart. And how the photographer has managed to communicate that, not too obviously, which I also am very impressed by, is a wonderful thing. And I think a tiny little bronze doesn't actually reflect the power of this image. I've given it an 83. Can you join me?
Thanks, judges. Please rescore. And we have a silver at 80. Congratulations. Well done, judges. Thanks for talking it up. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 76, a bronze award. Thank you, judges. Congratulations. Johan, tell us what you loved about this image.
It made me laugh. I just loved so much that it made me laugh. There's a few technical things. There's a little blowout on the right hand side of the horse and stuff like that, but it genuinely made me laugh. I did really enjoy it.
Fantastic. Thanks, Johan. Next image, please. We have a bronze award at 76. Great consistent scores from our judges. Richard, do you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. Look, it is a beautifully lit portrait. There's some really rich tones in there, and I saw that sort of sitting as that good professional standard. I think to come into more of a award realm, we'd probably need to see and feel a little bit more about this subject.
Thanks, Richard. Next image, please. And we have a bronze award at 78. Who, Richard?
Yeah, I can't challenge that.
Oh, no, you can't challenge. Everybody's all within range. But if you'd like to say a few words, that would be great.
Yeah, no, look, as I was just saying about, awards and portraits, it's good to see and feel something about the person, because essentially that's what a portrait is about. And I was just loving the body language. He's got that story behind him. I love the way that the image is shaped, how the shape of the hair reflects the arms, and just that little detail at the bottom with the lighter, clutching onto that lighter. And I get quite a bit of his personality through the shot just by how he's holding himself and his steer. So I really enjoyed that. And the light is just, it's fantastic.
Thanks, Richard.
I was at 82.
Great, thank you. Next image, please. Johan, are you still thinking?
Oh, sorry, I didn't press enter. Sorry, my bad.
Thank you. And we have a bronze award at 77. Again, all judges are really consistent in scoring. Thanks for that. Russell, was that your hand up, Johan?
Yeah.
Okay, Russell, no. Let's go to Johan. He put his hand up first.
Go for it. Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah, I like the idea of this image, and if there'd been just one small change made, I would have actually gone higher. If they put the spark plugs over the guy's heart, I would have gone, oh, that's a little bit clever, and taken it further and told the story and brought it up to silver. Yeah.
Great,
I did
thanks,
like
Johan.
it a lot. Yeah.
Next image, please. We have a score of 73. Judges are all happy with that. Laura, would you like to say a couple of wee words of encouragement to the photographer for us?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to fault it really. I think it's a nice, well-caught image. It reminds me of summer, and yeah, she's really happy, and yeah, I can't really fault it.
Thanks, Laura. Next image, please. We have a silver award at the moment on 80. And we're all good with that?
Well, I'm in gold, so I'm going to challenge it.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I gave it a 92, guys. I mean, I just think the lighting is stunning, and it's just beautifully posed. But his mood there's something kind of even though it's quiet and not necessarily offering much, it sort of says a lot to me about him. So I think it's just sort of beautifully handled and beautifully presented, and I just love the feel of it. I'd like to hear why others weren't perhaps quite as enamoured.
Richard, thanks.
Yeah, hi, look, I gave it a solid bronze at 77 because of all those things you just said, Russell. And I appreciate, this photographer can obviously spark a relationship with their subjects. Children are the hardest. This boy is obviously very relaxed. He's got a beautiful pose, loving the angles, loving the color tones. There were a couple of little color issues like around down the feet and that, but overall I found it a really beautiful portrait that was above a high professional standard, and I put it into bronze. To come up with something like gold, I want even more. It's beautiful craft, but I want to see some more originality and innovation, and I want to get some feeling, a bit more feeling from this in terms of who he is and what his story is about. But I was quite happy with giving this an award in a solid bronze.
Thanks, Richard. Looks like it might be back to you, Russell.
Oh, we're looking for all those complexities in such a simple shot, Richard. It's not always relevant in a way. Its power is in its simplicity, I believe, and its quietude. It just works for me emotionally, and I'm happy with where I was. But we'll just rescore.
Thanks, Russell. Rescore, please, judges. And we have an 82, a silver award. Congratulations.
Cool.
Could we have a blank screen, please? Thanks, Michael. We're just going to do a super quick panel change, chair change. Paul's going to step in for me. I will be back shortly. All yours, Mr. Paul.
Thank you. Okay, so we're all ready to go. Can we have the next image, please, Michael? Okay, and we have a score of 71 and fairly consistent scoring across the board there. Mel, would you like to have a word?
Yeah, so I think this sits as great professional practice. It's really well seen. It's very clever in terms of showing us the top and the bottom section. I would just say that the image itself that we're looking at here, we do get divided by that black strip, sort of the ground, and that sort of separates the two images. So potentially looking at maybe ways to reduce that barrier would take it further in future. But a good example, well done.
Great, thanks for that. Okay, now can we have the next image, please? Okay, and we have a score of 78. So professional practice there. And sorry, 74. 74, did I say? Misspoke. Apologies about that. Okay. And Laura, would you like to say something about this?
Yeah, sure. I really enjoyed this. I love the little the anticipation on the kitten's face as it's about to dive headfirst into the big bowl of milk. Yeah, really good.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. All right, can we have the next image, please? All right, so we have a score of 76, which is a bronze award. Are we all happy with that? All right, Russell, would you like to say something about this?
Yeah, sure. I think it's found a nice little place there. It's obviously a high standard of professional practice and pin sharp and a lovely moment caught. Yeah, well done.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, so we have a score of 67, professional standard. That's great. Okay, who haven't we heard from? Richard, we haven't heard from you for a little while.
Yeah, look, I like the intensity of his gaze. I feel like the lighting probably needs to be re-looked at a little. It's quite hard, and crossing in through that eye there. Yeah, just wanted to see that sort of resolved a bit better.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to just do a little bit of a judge change. So, Craig, could you come in for Laura? And Jackie, are you there? Could you come in for Richard, please?
Okay.
Okay, we've all logged in, ready to go. Yep, good. Okay, can we have the next image, please?
Oh.
Okay,
Sorry, I had a problem there, but it's
okay. I was wondering what was going on. Thank
Right.
you. All right, so we have a score of 72. All right, are we all happy with that? Okay, I will go to Johan for a moment. And
It's a good professional portrait. It doesn't lead me into more information about the character. It doesn't lead me into his personality. I would like to have seen something that suggests more than a straightforward professional business portrait. Yeah.
great, thank you for that. All right, next image, please. Rightio, so we have a score of 81, which is a silver award. And Russell, is that a challenge or is
yes, it is.
that a comment?
No, it's a challenge because I'm more than 5 away.
That's correct.
Yep. I scored it high silver, silver's just with distinction. I think it's really quite a cool comment about this guy's basically his command of this environment, if you like, and it's quite a cool way to show it. So rather than showing him swimming or diving or whatever, his arms folded, which is quite unusual in that situation, just shows his comfort and his strength, and I just think it's extremely well done with got lucky with the bubbles, and just the whole feel of it really works for me to show me that this guy is supremely confident, possibly successful in the pool. I think it's really well done.
Okay, Mel, you're near the other end.
Am I the lowest? Okay. I scored this as a mid-range bronze. I thought it was well executed. I thought it was worthy of an award, and I put it into the bronze area. I did enjoy the strength of the pose, the lighting, and the environment. If anything, I found perhaps maybe the hand to be a little bit dominant in the foreground, but I thought it was well executed, and I put it into a bronze award. I guess I'm looking a little bit more for a little bit more information to bring it up further, but I'm still listening.
Okay, maybe Johan could provide you with a little bit more information.
It's definitely a portrait of a person with power, and that power comes across in buckets, just from his face, his expression, the way he's holding himself is not too tight, so it takes away any sort of fragility there. I'm particularly drawn to the mystery behind one eye being slightly green and the other one being dark, and so it suggests even more of a interest than just a normal picture of somebody standing underwater. Yeah, I like it for its power. I gave it an 86, and I'm happy for it to be a silver with distinction.
Okay, Russell, it might be back to you for write a reply.
Yeah, cool, it is. And I'm just waiting for my phone to stop ringing. So there it is. So, silver with distinction is excellent visual communication, which it is. And excellent level of technique and craft and production, which it also is. And just to explain the glasses, Johan, he's just turned slightly. If he turned either way, then that refraction, they might end up being the same colour, or the other one might have gone black and the other one might have gone green. So that's just what happens with the nature of those goggles. And I love the hand as well, to be honest with you, because without hands, there's no swimming. And for some reason or other, I even loved seeing his engagement ring on too. So there's just lots of little pieces of detail in here that are fabulous. And I think it is certainly a silver with distinction.
Okay, thank you for that, Russell. Can we rescore, please, judges? Oh, good talking, good talking. You managed to do it there, Russell. We got a score of 85. So that's
appreciate it, judges. Thank you.
Okay. Good comments, judges. Good to hear. Okay, so thank you for that. Can we have the next image, please? All right, we have a score of 84, a silver award. Russell?
Yep, I scored it a gold. It just told me to, really. She's just so powerful. And then my eye wandered around, and are there things that should or shouldn't be there? Possibly. I don't really sort of care, really, because each of those, if we go off to the left, I mean, the photographer could have chosen to exclude that room, but hasn't. And so she's sort of what's surrounded by the depth of her home, and we get to be introduced to that a little bit, little pet things, and there's just something about it. But her angst and her placement is just really powerful for me, and it resonated.
Okay, thank you very much. So, Craig, you're at the other end of the scale. Would you like to?
Yeah, sure. I agree with a fair bit of that, Russell. I love her pose and her expression. I feel like the kind of orange thing and the little wire and the bottom right really pulls my eye to it. I think the same on the right hand side with, I don't know, like the strap or belt or whatever it is on the table. I love that those other rooms are included, but there's just a couple of little things in those rooms that really pull my eye away. So I scored it 78 bronze award.
Okay. Johan, yep, you're waving at me. Yep.
Hi, I too was quite distressed by the little orange fish on the ground and the belt and the cable, but then I thought about balance, and there's a dark side and a light side. The orange fish is balanced by the orange plate at the top. The belt is balanced by the wire out the side. One side sort of like the world she'd like to live in, and then the other side, it's like the other part of her life. I think it's a very rich photograph. I only gave it an 82, but I'm happy to come up, Richard. Not Richard, sorry. Russell.
Mel, did you have anything to add? You were waving your hand there for a moment there.
I was. Johan has probably said what I was going to say. I thought there was there's a tension in this woman. I love the placement of where they put her with this structure behind her. The two different worlds, I think, work in really well. And you know, the image to the right with the fish and that sort of thing is the disharmony and the chaos that obviously unedges her. And so for me, I think the strap and everything everything else works to create a little bit of an off-kilter, but not wanting it. I'm happy to come up into a gold as well. The only thing, I wouldn't put it into a high gold, and the issue for me is the density of the hands. I find them much darker than the skin tones of the face and things like that, and it just detracts a little bit from there. But I'm still happy to go with the gold because I think it's such strong visual communication and well seen and well created.
Okay, seems the conversation's revolving around gold. Jackie, is there anything that you wanted to say?
Yes, no, I've been going there. It's been lovely talking about it, and just the colour of her dress. What a perfect gown to be wearing, that colour tone. Yeah.
Okay, great. Russell, back to you.
Thank you. You know, the author or the photographer here is in full control of everything. And Craig, just to help, I mean, my eye went to that little fish on the floor as well, but I loved it for that, because this person is fully aware of what they're doing and what they're creating here, and they've left that there on purpose. And not only is it on the floor, but it's catching a bit of light just to actually really show us that it is there. And you take that little thing off the floor in that quadrant, and that whole side would be sort of probably too dark and a little bit boring, but I think it just gives this whole thing a little bit of life. And I think there's a great deal of thought has gone into this image, and I feel very strong about it being of a very, very high standard, in fact, a gold standard. So I hope you feel the same, and let's rescore.
Okay, thank you. Judges, if you could please rescore. Okay, good talking around again. Well done. It's a 91. So congratulations to the photographer. Good talking once again, judges. It's okay. We'll just take a moment and breathe and move on to the next image. Okay. Okay, and we've got a score of 74. All right, fairly even scoring across the board. Craig, do you want to say something?
Yeah, sure. I think that it's a really nice kind of tight portrait. I think to just improve it a little bit, the eyes look a little bit soft. So I want to see the sharpness there.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, and we have a score of 72. So, Jackie, would you like to say something?
Yes, yeah. The focus is right on that hat coming onto the window. I think it's a little bit of a lost opportunity that we've been just a little bit deeper and engaged that face a little bit more.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That's mine. Quick.
Sorry, did I miss something? No. Okay. Next image, please. All right, and we have a score of 73, and once again, fairly consistent across the board with the judges. And I might just ask for a comment. Oh, Sorry, what was that?
Can I challenge it?
No.
5 points away, no?
Oh, yes. Yeah. So, yeah, sorry. Yep. I didn't quite see that. Yep. Go for it. Yep.
I just really like the sense of movement and kind of the blissful expression in this. And yeah, I scored it 78, so I'm only asking for bronze. There's a couple of little things like where the horizon line is placed that kind of distract me, which is why I didn't really want to go any higher. But I do think this photographer should be rewarded for a really nice, blissful moment.
Rightio. For comment maybe from Mel?
Yep. I'm at the other end, so I put this into professional practice. I enjoy the sense of movement and freedom that this concept is centered around. But for me, the most dominant element is that arm that is vertically straight down the center of the body, and the hand is very passive and is very solid. So although you've got other images where you've got, sort of the face, but I'm immediately drawn to that hand, which is just so static. So that has really distracted from me. And also I would love to see the shape of the dress being overloaded in the exposures so that it gives that sense of freedom. So I really, I think the concept is well executed. I saw it as professional practice, but for me, it wasn't quite at an award standard.
Okay. Johan, you're on the middle ground there.
I had the same problems as Melissa, coming through the middle.
Okay. Craig, I think it might be back to you.
Sure. So yeah, I get the arm, and I mean I get a really great sense of motion from other areas in the image. Yeah, just a couple of points for bronze would be really awesome. That expression's great.
Okie dokie. All right. So if we could rescore, please, judges. All right, a lot of good talk, but we have stayed on 73, so good comments, and thank you for that. Now, can we have a blank screen, please? Oops. Okay, we're not asking for blank screens. That doesn't matter. We're going to do a judge change. So, Johan, you can have a bit of a break, and we'll bring in Tony. Oh. Right, okay, so we're all here, good, okay. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, so we have a score of 75. That's a bronze award. And the numbers look fairly consistent across the board. Mel, you like to say something?
Yeah. So I think this is a really lovely portrait. The engagement and the relationship with the photographer and the subject is really engaging. The depth of field has been well handled and well executed, and potentially looking to further improve. Maybe if we got a little bit more of a sense of who the person was or the environment they were. But I think it's a great example and well worthy of a bronze. So congratulations.
Okay, thanks for that. Can we have the next image, please? Okay, and we have a score of 71. So let's have a look across. Craig, you've got a hand up there?
Yeah, just for a comment, that's all.
Yep, yeah.
Things it's a dog, you know. I think it's really awesome to catch this kind of pose. I think that just to take some attention to some of the details in this would take it up a little bit further. Sort of cleaning the eyes and maybe look at the toning of the colour as well.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. All right, so can we have the next image, please? Okay, and we have a score of 64, professional standard there. And Jackie.
Yeah, so yeah, to bring this up into an award range, I think we need to keep your shutter speed a bit faster to capture the action and the focus on his face. Be careful of things in the background being distracting, like the book.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. We're just going to have another quick judge change. If Russell can take a break, and okay. Jacinta, if you'd like to come in. All right, and when we're ready, if we can have the next image, please.
Richard's having a few issues too, but he's just sent a message.
Okay, we'll get a message to Mike. Okay, we have a score of 77. Are we all happy with that? Yep. Okay. So I think Tony was in the middle there somewhere. I wouldn't mind hearing from him.
Yeah, so I think it's a great concept, and the lighting on the boys' faces is really interesting. But just watch your highlights dealing with those that have sort of smudged out a wee bit. But yeah, good conceptual thinking.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. All right. So can we have the next image, please? Alrighty, and we have a score of 71. And once again, our judges are fairly consistent across the board. Mel, you're on the lower end of that. Anything to sort of suggest to the photographer?
Yeah, so I put this in professional practice, which is sort of what I see the image presented in front of us. I think to bring it up, there's a couple of things I'd look at doing. I would look at trying to reduce any distractions in terms of colour palette or textural areas or skylines in the background, so that we're really drawn into the beautiful texture, hair and face and shape of that horse. But yeah, I put it in professional practice, and I think, you know, keep going, and you know, next time it will be an award. There's some really lovely elements to this image.
Great, thank you for those comments. All right, so next image, please. Alrighty, and we have a score of 73. And once again, we're getting fairly consistent scoring. Tony?
Yeah, I was right on 73. I mean, this is very muddy, so it's letting the image down quite a bit, and you feel like there's a real story there, but the author hasn't, or the photographer hasn't quite brought it off. But yeah, just keep thinking about the storytelling aspect.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. Next image, please. Okay, and we have a score of 69. So once again, fairly consistent scoring across everybody. So might pick Jackie this time. Like to...
Yeah, just I scored it pretty much that, and just be careful of the crowding of the frame. The man's head is very close to the top of the frame, and the white's blowing out. It's just professional practice, a good corporate sort of portrait, but lovely and sharp. The green tone's a bit, I'm not so sure about either.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Next image, please. Okay, and we have a score of 74. And our judges are amazingly consistent at the moment. So I will ask for a comment from Mel, please.
Yeah, I think this is such an honest, genuine moment. Your heart just goes out to this little girl the moment that you see the image. I think in terms of improving it, perhaps look at giving us a little bit more context in terms of the background. Her expression is obviously, so honest, and she's so distressed. But yeah, I think just maybe look at reducing the vignette and the darkening out the back, give us a little bit more information, but well caught.
Okay, thanks, Mel. And we'll give you just a little bit of a break. So if you would like to jump out, and if Richard would like to come back in, that'd be great. Okay, Richard, are you there? Richard, hello, Richard. We may do, yes, we may need you back, Mel. Richard seems to have disappeared. He's gone somewhere. Okay, we'll just, if you could just come back for a couple, Mel, and we'll see what's going on there. Obviously a little bit of a technical issue. All right, okay, we can have the next image, please. Okay, and we've got a score of 70, and the judges are clustered very closely together. Craig, would you like to say something to the author, please? Craig, you're muted. Everybody's muted.
Sorry. Yeah, I think they're quite nice expressions again. I think there's just a little bit kind of muddiness here, and maybe a little bit of contrast, and it's quite noisy. So yeah, that would, reducing the noise would help it a little bit.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And can we have the next image, please? Okay, and we've got a score of 74. But Craig, you're out there, so yeah. You want to have a bit of a challenge there?
Challenge this. I'm on 84. I love the story here. You've got this tiny little puppy in the top left, and it goes through these images, and then on sort of the fourth one in, he's got his ears at last. And then it just goes through the growth, and I love the different positions of sitting. I think the only things that were kind of bringing it down for me, and I didn't go higher, is because some of the door levels kind of are not equal, and the green council tag kind of distracts me a bit. But otherwise, I think it's lovely, and I think it definitely is worth a silver.
Okay, and near the other end, Mel?
Yeah, and I was actually hoping that we would hear Craig talk on this one, so thank you. Because what I was lacking, with having so many images put in front of me, and the tones being high key, and the dog, I could see slight variations, but I was more drawn to the background, to the changes, because they were more obvious in the door. So, you know, sort of the orange tones and the darker densities and things like that. So I found I was more drawn there. So thank you for showing, you know, growing into his ears and things like that, because I was looking for that story and I wasn't finding it. So in saying that, I'm happy to raise my score. So thank you.
Okay. Tony, you like saying?
Yeah, I'm on 72. And to be honest, I just sort of find it just too much of the same thing. I mean, I know the growth, you know, of the dog, but yeah, the door behind. If you're coming up with a concept like this, which is a great concept for your own benefit, but choose a better location. It's quite distracting, and I don't think we should be awarding something that really is not that strong. Strong communication, and it took somebody to tell us what we were looking at, and that's not really award-worthy for me.
Yeah, Jacinta, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just thought I'd add, it was really good to hear Craig's point of view and storytelling of it. But I think what's lacking is like what Tony said, there's just too much in front of us that look really similar. So I can understand the growth of a puppy to a dog, but there's too many images and we're not actually seeing a difference in character. So adding some action sort of shots in there or something to correlate with the age difference, I think would have lifted the score. But seeing as it's pretty much all the same the way through and us having to delve in to find out what the actual difference is, I think that's what's holding it back from going into the silver range.
Okay, Craig, write a reply.
So I guess with the doorway, yeah, I kind of see what you mean. He could be somewhere more interesting, but this is his home. This is where he lives. This is like the door to his place. There are heaps of different expressions there. You've got your kind of tongue out, tongue to the side, legs cocked over, those floppy ears. And then right at the end, when he's finally a big, big boy, he's like really happy and his eyes are closed and, you know, he's got a really great expression. He's super relaxed in that end one. Yes, you could take a few out and make it a bit stronger maybe, but yeah, I think it's still definitely worth rewarding this for the storytelling. It's a great story of the puppy growing up.
Okay, thanks for that. Judges, can you please rescore? Okay, and All the Talk has got it up to a bronze award, 76. So congratulations, well done to that. Okay, thank you, judges. All right. We're still trying to find where Richard is, so lost in the internet somewhere. So
I'm here, guys. I'm here.
You're here.
Great.
Okay, great. If you could come in and Melissa, Mel, take a break. Thank you very much. All right, lovely. So can we have the next image, please? Recording me. Okay, Jacinta. Laura, are you about?
Yep, I can come in.
Okay. Okay. Right, sorry about that. We're just having a little technical issue with the computer here. We've got a score of 84. All right, so that's a strong silver award. We all happy with that? That looks good. And should we take a comment from maybe Jackie?
Yeah, yeah, I got it right. Almost a couple of points more. Really get the nature of the dog, the character of the man and his little puppet. They're really well balanced. A nice, interesting story. Composition's great. To take it to the next level, maybe I don't know. I think it's probably maybe it's as far as it can go, or a little bit more space in front of the feet. They're a little bit tight there, but very clever.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Jackie. And so, can we have the next? Hold on a sec. We just need to swap Jacinta and Laura back again. Thank you for that. And can we have the next print, please? Okay, and we have a score of 73 and fairly tight numbering across the judges. Tony, can we have a word?
Yeah, I think it's quite a nice moment with beautiful highlights in the grass. But just you watch you're burning out in the in the sky and things like that. So it's a little bit distracting, but a nice court moment.
Great, thank you for that. All right, next print, please. Next image. Okay, we have a 72 and across everybody, and are we all happy with that? Yep. All right, so oh, sorry, just a comment from Jacinta, please.
Yeah, I'll comment. It's quite a dominating portrait, which was engaging. I think just watch your separation from the background. So his shirt is blending into the background. Plus, we've got, I don't know if it's the backdrop or a curtain effect or something, those lines in the background, that's quite distracting as well. And just the direction of his eyes, I think, are a little bit off center.
Okay, great. Thanks for that. All right, next print, please. And we have a 72. And anybody putting their hand up? No, I shall pick Tony. Oh no, Richard is putting his hand up, so we'll go with that. Yeah, Richard, go for it.
Yeah, hey, look, great how it was, it's very sensual, and he's got that quirky hat on. Just when you're doing portraits like this, just be very aware of prints on clothing. They can be quite a distraction. And I would also just check your focusing as well, maybe your calibration of your lens. The focus tends to be pin sharp on his hand, but kind of falls off a little bit on the face. But nonetheless, it's an attractive image.
Great, thanks for that. All right, so next image, please. All right, so we have a score of 78, which is a bronze award, but Richard? No?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go on. Look, I did at 89. I was a wussing on the fence. The reason I didn't take this to gold was purely because the focus fell out on the eyes. But I started questioning whether or not how important that was to me, because everything else about this image to me is absolutely beautiful. You know, the detail is incredible. The tones, all those golden tones, you know, that represent that golden lab, and that expression. It's just, he looks so smug, and just so lovable. It was.
Oh no. I think we've lost a little bit of audio there.
Narrative and his.
Hey, Richard, could you just repeat maybe the last
You hear me now?
20 seconds worth?
Sorry, yep. Yeah, it's, for me, it's all about expression. I get a feeling of who this dog is, those golden tones, you know, relating to that golden retriever. Everything is just so beautiful. The reason I didn't take it to gold was because I'm questioning the eyes, but I think a bronze is quite mean for this. So I would like to hear more.
All right, I'll go to the other end at the moment. Tony, you're...
I knew that was coming. Yeah, I'm on 72. I'll probably come up into bronze, which sounds quite tight compared to Richard. But probably what I see is, you know, the nose being deeply in focus, and you know, and that's quite beautiful. Then the fall off, I'm okay with that. But then I look at the vignetting, and I think the vignetting is sort of right around, and it's right. I sort of feel it's darkened down over the eyes and that part of the dog's head, and that has sort of caused it to sort of dull down, and it feels like it's been, yeah, it's the highlights have been knocked right out of the rest of it, and to put the emphasis on the nose. And I think, you know, I just don't really see the point of that with this beautiful animal. It just feels like it's been dulled down, and you can sort of see that light coming through on the shoulders of the animal, with that light coming through, and then the darkness at the top of the head. So what is that all about? Explain that.
Okay, Craig, you're up in the silvers. I think we might need to hear from you. You'll have to unmute yourself there, Craig.
Yeah, I kind of question the eyes being out of focus as well, but I really love the fact that this is all about the nose, and that's how dogs see a world. They see with this sense of smell, and so he's got his eyes closed in this, which I really love. But yeah, I mean, I think I could probably come up a little bit more. And maybe I've been a bit mean on it. I love the toning as well. Yeah.
Becky, you've got something?
So I'm with Tony. I'm on 73. I don't know why it couldn't have had just a bigger depth of focus so that we could enjoy the texture of the fur much more. And because the fur's it's gone sort of mushy, and I've lost its viscosity. You know, I want to pat the dog and feel it, but why couldn't it have a bigger depth of field?
Okay. I think Richard might be back to you.
Yeah, look, that's the depth of field was why I didn't take it.
I could fill that in if you like.
Hey, Richard, I think maybe try just turning video off at the moment. I think that worked last night for you. Yeah.
Okay, is that?
Yep, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Look, the more I'm looking at the softness of the focus, it's actually softening up this dog's face. It's softening up the way he presents himself here. Yes, it's tack sharp around that mouth. I do actually kind of enjoy the softness as it falls back. The vignette, a lot of that's been created, I think, with a light on the background behind him, which is a technique in its own. I don't see, and along with that softness, that vignette, that very slight darkening on the fur, to me just softens everything up. But yeah, I'm quite comfortable with a silver distinction. I really enjoy it.
Okay, thank you, judges. If you could please rescore. Okay, good talking, good talking. It's taken it up to an 81. That's a silver award. So congratulations and good feedback and talking amongst the judges there. All right, so can we have the next image, please? All right, and we have a score of 75. That's a bronze award. And our numbers are pretty consistent across the board. Tony.
Yeah, I quite enjoy the little story of this, you know, with the annoying older brother, but also caring. So I think that's quite nice. Oh, maybe would benefit from being laid out a little bit differently. It's sort of quite long and repetitive. If it maybe had been in 2 lines of 3, it could have been slightly better. But yeah, well done. It's a nice story.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And we're just going to have a little judge change. We'll take, if Laura could come in for Craig. Okay. Everybody, excellent. All right, so next image, please. Okay, so we have a score of 84. Laura, do you want to say?
I've got to challenge it, haven't I? I've scored it a 92. I think this is absolutely fabulous. It's so conceptual, like you can see the figurines of people just all throughout this. I think it's so creative and I can't really fault it. So I'd love to hear why you guys aren't up in gold with me.
I have to hear from Tony.
Okay, I scored it 65 because I had no idea what I'm looking at people category in portrait. So I just wanted to have it explained to me and then maybe I can work it out and then I'll change my score.
All right. So multiple hands up. So we'll go with Richard at first and then make our way around.
Yeah, Tony, look closely at all those images. I scored it at 84. To me, every single slot has an outline of a woman in there. The very feminine shapes. You know, each one has a head of sorts, comes down over the breast and down over the buttocks. They are, you know, someone's really taken a lot of captures and gone through them to really find this common theme here. And just look at that more closely.
Jacinta, you were in there with your hand up?
Yeah, I was right on the cusp of the silver range and I was struggling a little bit too with Tony, more so for the portrait category and trying to work out the shapes. And I can now see more. Before I was only seeing the second image, but now I can see the last and the second last, but the first and the third I'm struggling with a little bit here. I have seen quite a few smoke images before. Yeah, I'm just struggling probably with this category is what's holding me back.
Okay, Jackie, did you want to add anything?
Well, yeah, I was there on 82 because of the craft, the creativity, and I can see all the figures here. Perhaps it's like a self-portrait. This is the photographer of the maker of the smoke. Maybe that's where the portraiture lies.
Okay, thank you. Laura, it's back to you.
Oh yeah, so I reckon, yeah, just those beautiful figures are just so well seen and such a creative eye, and I think the photographer's done an amazing job. So come up, guys.
All right, so let's see. Judges, could you please rescore? Alrighty, good talking, good talking. We've got a score of 86. That's a silver with distinction. So good comments, good conversation. Interesting to see. Okay, thank you very much. All right, can we have the next image, please? Jacinta, how are you going? Thank you. Alrighty, and we have a score of 73 with very tight scoring across the judges. And I might just ask for a comment from Jackie, please.
Yeah, I put my hand. I'm cropping off the bottom of this photograph, and it's getting rid of all of the clutter that's happening and the tightness of frame where the feet are. It's a lovely portrait and sentiment at the top. It would have gone much better.
Okay, great. Thank you for that, Jackie. And we'll just give you a quick break, actually. So if Johan, are you about? And if you can come in for Jackie, please.
I am.
Rightio. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73. Richard, would you like to challenge this?
Yeah, let me turn my video off. So. Yeah, I think you've been a bit mean. I really enjoy the narrative in here that, you know, here's this woman living in an urban space with the streets outside, the clutter of everything that's man-made. And it's kind of like we're looking through those buildings to this woman who's got this conservatory in this urban area, and she's the collector of plants, and she's in that space of nature that she's created. You know, you can even see the wheels of cars outside, and it's just that area of urban, you know, pollution and clutter. And then we come in, and she, you know, this woman's got her space. You know, she's dead center. She's owning that space, and it's a look on two worlds, you know, the inside and the out, and there's a juxtaposition between the two of them. And I'm rewarding the photographer because I thought that was quite clever, and I was on 81 silver.
Okay, thank you, Richard. Johan, yeah, you're down there the other end, so yep, sure, go.
I gave it a 72. Richard, I'm really happy to come up if you can give me a good explanation as to why the building's in focus and she's all hazy and fuzzy. Yeah, that'd be great.
All right, Jacinta?
Yeah, I think what Richard is appreciating is probably what I was struggling with so much clutter, and more so that she's floating in the center of the frame is what I was struggling with just a few minor elements, with the beam at the back sort of going straight through her hairline, her head, and the highlight in the back. I know it's meant to represent clutter, like Richard said, but that's probably the few things that was holding me back, but I am listening.
Okay. The others are clustered in the middle there as well. If there's no other comments, we might go back to Richard for his counter.
Yeah, appreciate it. I can see the beam going through her head, but it's, you know, it's not a really strong, solid line there. I could have taken this higher if it wasn't for that. In terms of the softness of her, to me, it's almost like we're looking through window planes. I wouldn't want her crisp and sharp and a whole heap of clarity in there, because we're looking through things. We're looking through windows. We're looking through buildings. There's multiple layers to this, and on the outside and the hard exterior of those buildings is showing through. So for me, she's not a ghost in her environment, but we're looking through things at her. So yeah, I actually enjoyed the softness.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Judges, can we please rescore? Thank you. Alrighty, so that has improved the score. We're up to a 77, which is a bronze award. So thank you for that. Good comments all round. Okay, can we have the next image, please? Johan, how are you going?
I've entered. I'm in there. Have you got my score?
No.
Do it again. Okay, just bear with me a second.
Okay.
Let's log off and log on. Did that register?
No, we seem to have a little bit of a technical issue.
Try one more.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Okay.
Yep. Perfect. All right. And we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. So shall we hear from Richard's got his hand up? Yeah.
Yeah, look, I actually really enjoy this. I scored it a 78, so it's a really solid bronze. I'm loving the intensity of the color, the mood, the expression on his face. But what I really love about this is whatever he's shooting at is dead close to him. And look at how parallel that arrow was to the horizon. I really, really enjoyed that. And that tells me that whatever's there is close, and I didn't need to see what it was. I like the mystery. So well done.
Okay, thank you for that, those comments. Alrighty, and can we have the next image, please? Okay, and we have a score of 85. Oh, sorry, 75. Misspeaking. Sorry. I'm getting over enthusiastic. Score of 75, which is a bronze award. And Johan, would you like to challenge this?
I will. I'm going to talk about the obvious things. It's the weight of the world and the fear of it and the pressure of the world on a person. The positioning of the subject, the expression is perfect for the story. The almost underprinting of it, where it's a little bit duller than you might imagine it would be if it was something more glamorous. the color of the clothing, it all binds in together with a face that you know in your heart could be a lot more joyful and happy, and it's not. And I'm rewarding this photographer with an 83. Yeah.
Alrighty, let's hear from the other end. Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 71. I'll probably come up into early bronze. Yeah, I suppose it's I got the weight of the world type of thing as well, and I think good on the photographer for presenting it in a different way. I suppose the shoulders and everything great. It was probably just the whites of the eyes that were sort of bothering me the most, being the most dominant part of the image. Yeah, but I will come up into early into bronze.
Okay, thank you. Laura, would you like to say something?
A little bit of extra. I thought there's also, she's trying to fit in, so like she's given this really thin crop, and she's just trying to fit into that and in her place in the world.
Okay, if there's no other comments, back to Johan.
I think there's an expression, I want to see the whites of their eyes, and that relates to fear. I want to see the fear in their eyes. And this is what I'm seeing in here. Tony, just nudge it a little bit further and see if you can join me in a silver. That'd be awesome. Thank you.
Alrighty, judges, if you could please rescore. Okay, and we have a silver award, 80. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Good talking there. All right. Now, we're just going to have a quick judge change. Mel, if you're available, if you can drop in for Jacinta, please. All right. And we're also going to have a panel chair change because Kate is back. So, welcome back, Kate.
Thanks. Thanks for holding the fort, Paul.
Okay.
Right. I'm out to. Oh, you've just done a change.
Yep, just done a change.
I'm out to next print.
Yep.
Next print. Next print, please. And we have a silver award at 81. It's Tony. Like that hand, Tony.
My magenta hand. I mean, this shot here, I scored at 88, and I've done a shot like this years ago, but this one is way better. I just the cool tonings of this are stunning. I love the body language of the child and the wistful hair, which you've got the line in the underwear with those wispy lines and the wispy hair, and then you've got the lines in the material as well, and it's all sort of relevant and sort of wrapped into, or pulling it into one image, and you sort of want to know what what this is all about in this person's mind. But the body language is great, cropping's beautiful, the lighting is superb, and I think it's a great silverwood distinction.
Thanks, Tony. I'd like to hear from either Richard or Johan. You were down the other end of the scoring range. Which one of you wants to talk?
You go, Johan.
I was going to say, you go, Richard. Yeah. As you said, Tony, you've done this before. I've seen it before. I think it's very well executed. I've given it a bronze. talk to me about the narrative, perhaps, and see what you can do. I'm happy with where it's sitting at the moment.
Thanks, Johan. Might be back to you, Tony, for write a reply, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just all about a young person growing up in this world and their insecurities. You know, it just that it feels like it's underwater, and you actually feel, you know, with the cooler tones. We know it's not, but also, you know, that person, the person in the image is almost holding their breath. You can see their you know, their ribs, and you just get the feeling of the emotions that they're feeling. I mean, I don't know what they're thinking, but you can start guessing. Yeah.
Great, thanks, Tony. Judges, please rescore. And we have an 85, silver with distinction. Congratulations. Thank you, judges. Next image, please.
Oh, sorry.
And we have a score of 72. Richard, thanks.
Yeah, look, I can appreciate we've seen this stylers around the world a lot, this theme, but I wanted to reward this one in particular purely for the look on mum and especially baby's face. The body, like just the way that little hand's coming up, touching mum on the chin. I found it quite beautiful. Just the body language and the interaction between the two of them. I find it's almost like it is, this little moment of time that's been taken out. Just a really beautiful little moment, and I wanted to reward it. I scored it a 78. It's solid bronze. I'd like it if we could, come up a couple more points and give it something.
Laura?
I can talk to it. What bothered me about looking at the baby was the light coming up the face, so uplighting and up the nostrils, and also just a bit of haziness with the lighting on the wings and things, just quite distracting for me.
Thanks, Laura. Johan?
And while we're talking about the people, the older figure, let's call it the mother in the photograph, her role there just seems to be to stop the baby from falling over. Her left hand is down the side, and although elegantly posed, all you're seeing in the majority is the elbow. And then the other hand, you're seeing the majority of the wrist, but you're not seeing the tenderness that I think is implied by the direction of how she's looking. So I feel a bit let down. So I've given it a 72.
Thanks, Johan. Back to you, I think, Richard, for right of reply, please.
Yeah, hey, look, the light is definitely coming from above. You look at the baby's arm and whatnot. In terms of the mum clutching onto that child, she's the fairy godmother. Of course, she's clutching onto her. She's helping her out with something, saving her from something. And it's just that little interaction, that thankfulness that the child's giving back to this fairy. Yeah, the wings are glowing. It's just what fairies' wings do.
Great. Thanks, Richard. Judges, could you please rescore? Oh,
technical issue.
1 moment, please. Yeah, okay. Are they all on? Oh, great. And it stays on 72. Thank you, judges. Nice try, Richard.
Miserable.
Could we have the next image, please? And we have a bronze at 78. Thank you, judges. Johan, you were at the top end of this one, so would you like to say a few words, please?
Great. I loved the enigmatic feeling of the look. I really enjoyed the direction of the lighting. I felt it was quite well executed. I would have liked to have seen perhaps a little bit more detail in the blacks, not too much, but otherwise, yeah, I actually really enjoyed it. I gave it a slightly higher mark than this one got, but yeah, I really do love it. It's quite strong.
Thanks, Johan. Now we're just going to have a wee word from our sponsors. We ad break. Thanks, Michael. Thanks, Michael. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're going to do...
doing blank screens.
Oh, we're not doing blank screens. Okay, no blank screens. Okay. TC, Tony, could you have a quick break? Thanks for all your effort. Love you lots. Russell, are you there?
Oh, I might be.
Oh, might be. We're good with all the other ones.
Do you want me to judge this one, Katie?
Paddy, what? Sorry, yes?
We're judging
You're
this
in.
one.
You're on.
Yep, thank you.
Not this one.
No, not this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Are you ready, Russell? You're all good?
Yes, I
Got
am.
some water?
No, yeah.
You good boy. Okay. All right. Let's go. Next image, please. And we have a score of 71. Very consistent from our judges. Oh, Russell, actually, would you like to say a few wee words?
Lovely character and expression. Very busy image nonetheless, and all those all that spherical stuff going on in the background is I think just competing too much with the subject.
Fabulous, thanks, Russell. Next image, please. The score's a 70. Thank you, judges. Let's maybe hear from Melissa, please.
They're both muted, Kate.
Oh, muted.
I'm unmuted now.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a really delightful image. It's got a beautiful spirit to it. It's a good professional practice, well documented. In terms of improving, to go to an award standard, perhaps look at maybe really trying to draw the expression into the face and the texture of this gorgeous little pooch. So reduce some of the background and draw us into the textures and into that, delightful little tongue. So, yeah, well done.
Great. Thanks, Melissa. Next image, please. And we have a score of 77. It's a bronze award. Johan? Just squeaked in there. Oh, Johan, you're on mute, my friend. Oh.
It's the best he's ever sounded.
Here I am. I was
there we go.
sound. Okay. I gave it an 82, and I'd like to see if we can lift this up a smidge. This is a really good photograph of, well, when we look at it, because when we look at photographs, we're asking questions about what it is, what it's trying to tell us and all that sort of thing, and what the story or the narrative is. And this is the first photograph I've seen today where the photograph is actually asking me the question rather than me asking it of the question. And it's a very strong pose and it's a very strong gaze that asks that question. And I feel disturbed by it, actually, that it should be the other way around. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Johan. Russell, thank you.
I scored it just below an award level, actually, and still feel comfortable being there. It is a strong pose, but there's a sort of an elegance to her and there's a gracefulness, but the pose isn't graceful. And I'm also disturbed by the stuff coming out down the bottom right, and I think the knees up on the chair, unless you're perhaps hugging your knees or whatever, I don't find that, in fact, I find it completely distracting and completely unelegant. So for me, it just dropped out of the award range.
Thanks, Russell. Richard?
Yeah, hey, I'm going with you, Johan. I scored this as 77, and a lot of that reason was for me is I found her so bewitching. That face and that stare that she has is I'm finding it really, really strong. And Russell, in terms of the elegance, she is very feminine, but I'm not sure the image is about elegance here. I think it's more of strength. I'm a little bit uneasy as well about the character, but I'm so intrigued with the image, and the more I look at it, and after listening to you as well, Johan, it's something I could look at for a while. So I'm going to come up too.
Thanks, Richard. Johan, back to you.
Yeah, I think the lack of elegance or the lack of what you might call finesse is quite irrelevant to this photograph, because it's not about her beauty, her femininity or anything like that. It's about you, the photographer or the viewer, who is looking at this, and this person is asking you the question. And I've got no idea what that question is, but I feel interrogated. So yeah, I've given an 82. Yeah, see what you can do.
Thanks, Johan. Judges, please rescore. And we have a silver award at 81. Well done.
Cool.
Thank you,
Thanks,
judges.
guys.
Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? We have a bronze award at 76. Laura, girl, go for it.
Oh, I love this. I can just hear it. So I don't know if this is mum taking a photo, but it probably is, because that would be inappropriate if it wasn't, or dad. She's just saying, no, I don't want my photo taken. She's at that age where she's getting a bit self-conscious with her body. And all of that emotion is just mirrored with the drops on the shower door. I just think it's so powerful, and I can just feel it. So come up with me. I'm on 88.
Russell, you were down the lower end.
Yeah, I was. I mean, I didn't sort of see that angle on it, and I kind of accept that. That's not a bad little story. I mean, that one little drop coming off your thumb, it's just my eye just keeps going to that one thing. That's about the only thing that's kind of sharp. But the confluence of hair down below, and I like the little story, and I'll lift my game a little bit to bring it into low bronze for that reason.
Thanks, Russell. Laura, looks like it might be back to you for right of reply.
Oh, come on, guys. Up a bit higher. I know that. I can see what you mean. That drop, it does bring my eye there, but then my eye straight away goes to her, and she looks so sad, and I can just feel it. So I want you to feel it too, and come up with me.
Thanks, Laura. Judges, please rescore. And we have a 78 bronze award. Well done. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. Oh. We have a score of 71. Beautiful consistency coming through again from the judges. Let's see, who can we go to? Russell?
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, it sounds terrible sort of thing, but how sellable is something? And, we're pros and we sort of shoot the stuff to sell as well. And so it's a lovely moment, but really it's sort of spoiled by the lick, if you like. And so that takes away, it would forever be a distraction to what otherwise is a simple piece of love.
Thanks, Russell. Next image, please. And we have a score of 72. Johan, can we hear from you? Oh, Laura, was your hand up? Oh, it was. Okay, sorry, I missed that. Away you go.
I really like this. The only thing letting me down from going higher is the inconsistency of the light between the two eyes. Otherwise, it's a really cool little story going on.
Great, thanks, Laura. Next image, please. We have a score of 82 currently, silver. And, well, actually, you two boys, Russell and Johan, are on exactly the same, but either of you can challenge. So
You can go, Russell.
Oh, thanks, mate. Well, I just enjoyed the austerity of the shot in the first instance. Here missing, everything's clean and minimal, and the lighting's directional and very informative. And I'm not quite sure what that is jutting out of her chest, whether it's an implant or whether it's something she's suffering from or whatever. But either way, it's an important piece of detail. The fact that the subject is presented herself in such an honest way as well, I think, adds strength to whatever it is that's going on. I'm not completely sure what is going on, but it's a very powerful image, and they haven't tried to hide anything. They haven't tried to beautify anything. They haven't tried to glorify anything. It's just a very powerful, brave image, I think.
thanks, Russell. Let's hear from Melissa. You were down a wee bit. Your microphone's muted too at the moment, Melissa. Thanks.
Yeah, I put this into the Bronze Award area, and there was a couple of reasons for that. I found the spot to the left where she's sort of looking into, I found I was distracted and brought into that little area a bit more than what I would have liked to have. What I did love about this image is I loved the hands, and I loved the public persona of the hands against the texture of the private of the body. I also was looking to clarify the story a little bit more, but I thought it was very brave, very honest. So I'm still listening, and you know, I put it into a bronze. I'm happy to look at coming up, but I just wanted a little bit more resolution for me to understand.
Thanks, Melissa. Richard?
Yeah. Look, I can understand this woman has a story, but I'm not getting across the story. I place this into a professional standard. The body language to me shows me that she's uncomfortable in front of the photographer. That's plain and simple way of protecting yourself there. The other thing, in terms of Russell, you know, nothing's been covered up by the artist. If you come down through the neck on the right side and the arm, the background has an extremely heavy noise, and not just it's a color noise as well. It's not even a monochromatic noise that actually overlaps in places over the skin of the woman. So that caught my eye pretty quickly, and along the head there. It's such an intriguing subject, and I would love to see more of the story about who this is and what they're about, because at the moment I'm confused by the way she seems to be relating to the photographer in this moment.
Thanks, Richard. Johan?
Right. I'm assuming, and you know, well, if I do, that maybe it's a pacemaker of some form, or a medical device that relates to the heart. I see the pose, I see the noise that you talk about there, Richard. That is disappointing. However, what I see is a woman fighting back tears. I see a woman who is trying to be strong and putting on a front face. The reason I feel that she's looking over to the left of the image is because she's still not ready to face the world. And the photographer has brought us to that place by making that part of the image a little bit brighter. The inclusion of the jewelry is a reflection of a life that exists beyond this nudity or this nakedness. And it's just the verge of tears that really breaks my heart. There you go.
Thanks,
I gave it
Johan.
87.
All right, looks like it's back to you. Please, Russell.
Okay, so the little light space on this, I mean, I'm happy with that because one, there's a light source and it kind of indicates that, but two, you know, looking forward, looking into the light, you know, rather than looking into the dark. And the jewellery, I think, is wonderful because yet she's still feminine, she's still, hopefully get back to the place where she can wear that sort of thing normally. But Richard, your comment, her relationship with the photographer, I don't think there could be any more intimacy or trust between a subject and a photographer than I've seen before, really. I think the relationship between the two is cemented in the power of the image and the fact that this woman is offering herself up in this way. And I think they have a very powerful rapport together. So I enjoy Johan's comments, and I think it's a very, very powerful image, and certainly solidly comfortable in the silver with distinction. And I hope you guys can see that too.
Great, thank you, Russell. Judges, please rescore. And we have an 83 silver award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a 72. Good consistency. Thank you. Who would like to say a few words? Maybe Johan?
Quite a bold move, shaving your hair like that and recording it. A little bit weird in the middle image where the road, it looks like a road in the background's going into the back of her head. It just looks a little bit strange. And maybe having kept the perspective the same for all three images might have helped with the photography, with the outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. Now, quick judge change. Richard, do you want to take a wee break?
Sure.
Thank you for your work. That's awesome. Jackie, would you like to come back in, please? Thanks, Jackie.
I'm here.
Hello. Next image, please. We have a 74, a high professional standard. Oh, Jackie, you've just come back in. Do you want to say a few wee words?
Yes, high professional standard. It's good lighting, but I think we're being let down, or I am, with the connection of the sitter with the photographer and that little bit of, communication that just not quite there.
Great advice. Thanks, Jackie. Next image, please. I have a score of 72. Thank you, judges. Johan, you were the highest scoring judge in this one.
Whoa. Okay.
Just some encouraging words.
I like the energy of the image. Just be mindful of the brightness. It would have been a bit stronger if the subject had been a little brighter. The sky's a good colour though.
Fab. Thanks, Johan. Next image, please. And we have a 72. Thank you, judges. Russell?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, Jackie, didn't see your hand.
That's
Sorry,
right.
Russell.
No,
Jackie,
you go ahead. No. Yeah.
Also, you know this trade really well. We're probably just looking for the catch eyes, aren't we? A little bit of lightning bouncing in there. It's a little bit dead on top of the head, and just show us a little bit more about where she is, perhaps. But a lovely skin tone and connection and smile.
Thanks, Jackie. Next image, please.
Come back.
We have a 73 for this one. Again, judges seem to all be on the same page with this image as well. No hands up. So, Melissa. Oh, there we go. You were putting yours up anyway. There you go.
Yeah, look, I think a good professional standard of portrait. Perhaps look at sort of your lighting and consider where it's directing us to. So it'd be lovely to get a little bit more shape in that light, and also maybe darken down the bottom right-hand side with that zip being quite dominant in contrast, so it really drags our eye down there. So maybe just a little bit more shaping and things like that. So, but good professional standard.
Thanks, Melissa. Next image, please. We have a bronze award at 75. Thank you, judges. Jackie?
Yeah, beautiful expression and energy going on here, but the circles are just touching, and I think they could have been separated, and it would have allowed them to speak on their own and then come together as one.
Great, thank you, Jackie. Next image, please. And we have 75, bronze award. Congratulations. Let's hear from Johan.
Yeah, I really love this image. It's lots of fun, great idea, but it totally could have done without the bottles, the pump bottles and the basket and the other stuff, and it would have been a lot cleaner and much more powerful.
Thanks, Johan. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73. 73. Thank you, judges. Laura, you were one of the higher ones for this one. Would you like to offer some words?
Yeah, oh, I love the little story with the mummy and the baby here. I just think it's really gorgeous, and maybe if we gave us a little bit more room, it would have done a bit better. Well done.
Great, thanks, Laura. Next image, please. We have a score of 77, bronze award. Congratulations. Clappy, clap, clap. Let's hear from Russell, maybe.
Yeah, happy to. Yeah, sure. Wonderful portrait of a dog, really, and it's kind of generic too. So it's the sort of thing that could hang on the wall of this person's home for many years, and it's just a nice icon of man's best friend, and really well sort of thought out and placed and captured.
Great, thanks, Russell. Next image, please. And we have an 85. That is a silver with distinction. And all the judges are really consistent on this one. Well done. Well done to the photographer, silver with distinction. Clappy clap.
Yeah.
Thank you, judges. Who would like to have a few words to this one? Jackie, is it your eyes going up for yes?
I know my light just falling down.
Oh.
It's all right. I think we all felt the character here, felt the man, and then felt he's not here again anymore because of some problem, health problem perhaps, and he's putting on a brave face at the start, and then pulled in his stomach, but I don't know. It just there's a communication that is strong and above what is normal, and well done. And I think the empty space is really poignant.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jackie. We're going to do a quick judge change. Laura, would you like to take a break? Thank you so much. And Craig, are you there? You come back in.
I'm here. Sorry, Monkey. Off you go.
Here he is. Hi, Craig. All right. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73. Oh, Craig's having cat issues. We have a score of 73. Melissa, you were one of the higher ones for this one?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this image. I think it's oh, yep, I'm all good. I think it's a lovely environmental portrait of a gentleman that is smoking fish. There's lovely character on him, and obviously we get the detail of the foreground. Perhaps if we had a little bit more on the background and a little bit more separation, it may have brought it up a little bit. But a good professional practice environmental portrait. Well done.
Thanks, Melissa. Next image, please. We have a bronze award at 78. Jackie.
Yes, I can. I'm 183. It's quite an amusing photograph. One of those over-the-top looking down shots that's created this weird photograph of the egg coming out. I found it amusing. And, we do see photographs of looking down on children, but it's kind of an interesting take on that. And it also feels like it's almost a three-dimensional plaque on the wall. So it can be seen in a couple of ways. It's quite amusing, sharp all the way, and really lovely colour tones. I'm on 83.
Thanks, Jackie. Melissa?
Well, I was on 79, so I was a little bit lacking courage. Is probably the best way to do it. What I love about this image is the first thing that came to mind is what do you mean, the chicken or the egg? You know, like you've got this, is the chicken first, is the egg first, and then you've got this chicken going, well, look, I just gave birth to this egg, so how dare you? It's so confronting, and I love the angle and the distortion. And you know, there are some things that I would like resolved a little bit more, but I think it's humorous, and it has a really interesting dimensionality to it. So I'm arguing to bring this up into a silver as well.
Thanks, Melissa. Anyone else, or are we going back to Jackie? Looks like we're going back to Jackie. Thank you.
Okay, so it seems like you love this chook too. And I know there's lots of chook-loving people out there who would have this on their wall as a print. So, yeah, let's consider that on a silver, please.
Thanks, Jackie. Judges, please rescore. And we have a silver award at 80. Congratulations. Thank you, judges. Next image, please.
Oh, I just did something.
Oh, Jackie, do you want to take yours out of that cell? Yeah, and go back. Yes, thank you. Awesome. We have a 76. That is a bronze award.
Can I challenge? Have I done the maths right?
You are on 81. Yes, you can. 5.
Cool. Why not? I'll be quick. What I really adored about this image is just the engagement of, you know, of that animal. You've got a lovely saleable portrait. You've got beautiful textures. The color tones have been put in. You know, you've got this preciousness around this dog and this relationship. And then you've got this engagement with the photographer, with almost a contrast between the girl who feels so relaxed and the dog that feels so alert. So for me, I put it into the early silvers because I just thought it was, you know, it was above and beyond. It was quite magical and very engaging. So I'd encourage people to maybe consider if you want to give it a few more points.
Thanks, Mel. Russell, over to you.
I completely disagree with most of that. Actually, the girl is completely maudlin. I mean, this is not a saleable image at all, I don't think. I mean, I certainly wouldn't have tried to sell it. I might have even eliminated it from her being able to see it. The dog's delightful, but the fact that human can't even offer anything completely takes away for me. And I'm on a 17. I think it's lucky to have got a bronze, to be honest with you.
Thanks, Russell. Craig?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Russell. Like the dog is so engaged and looks great, and the photographer's done a really good job getting any light into that kind of dog's eye as well. But the expressions between the two of them just really mismatched.
Thanks, Craig. Melissa, it looks like it's over to you.
Yeah, and that's all cool. I, as we said, I enjoy it for all the reasons that that others don't enjoy it. I do see this as a saleable image, but that's why we're all here. We're all different, and I respect everyone's opinions and perspectives. I enjoy it for the reasons, and yeah, well done, team.
Love you, Melissa.
Thanks, Melissa. Judges, please rescore. And we have a bronze award at 76. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. We have a score of 67. Russell, you were one of the higher ones on this one.
Yeah, sure. I just sort of pretty much stabbed it around about there. I think it's got what it sort of deserved, to be fair. I mean, there's just too much going on and too much conflicting, too much fighting, and not really allowing us to settle on what looks like a lovely moment going on in there.
Great. Excuse me. Sorry. Great. Thanks, Russell. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a 72. Craig, do you want to say a few wee words of encouragement?
Sure. I love this close-up with the dog sniffing. It would be much stronger, I think, in a crop. Take out some of those highlights at the top. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Craig. Right, let's do a quick judge change. Jacinta, if you could come in for Melissa. Melissa, you can take a wee break again. Thank you. Toodaloo. See you soon. And Johan, thanks for your work. Tony. You. Thanks, Johan. Tony, would you like to come back in? TC, where you at? Tony. Here he comes. Where's your face? Oh, there it is. Hello.
He's milking.
Stop. Next image, please. Oh, here we go. And we have a 75. That's a bronze award. Thank you, judges. Jackie, you were at the higher end of that.
Yeah, I'll give it 78.
Thank you.
Mostly because of that wonderful connection. She's got a beautiful look right through the lens, and she's really happy to be there, connected with that photographer. Perhaps a little bit more space around it, and maybe taking some of the light off the arms and emphasising the face. A little bit of modelling, but she's a beautiful girl.
Thanks, Jackie. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a 74. Again, nice and consistent. Russell.
Yeah, it's quite, I mean, it's very, very powerful, but just the arm missing for me and the hand appearing out of nowhere and amongst the foliage just kind of, it just sort of was a problem. My eye went there and it sort of creeps me out a little bit, but the face and the model is amazing and possibly a little bit of an opportunity lost here, really.
Thanks, Russell. Next image, please. Tony, waiting on you.
Oh, sorry, I thought I put it in.
Oh, press enter.
Sure. Is it in there?
Enter.
Oh, are you in? No,
Stop. Hang on. Try that again.
you can send me a message with your score and we can put it in if you want. Oh no, there we go. You're good. You're good. Thank you. 74, high professional standard. Actually, Tony, you're the higher end of that too, so you might want to say a few things.
Yeah, I scored at 76. I thought it was a great eye contact with the dog and moving in for the kill with the ball. Yeah, so I quite like the air up. Yeah, and the colours, I thought it worked quite well in the lack of depth of field. So, yeah, good on the author.
Fraction in the background.
Jacinta, did you want to say something super quick?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something maybe for the photographer to look at was just the distracting element, which is right behind the ear, that highlight there. It's really distracting, and the tree in the background, maybe crop it in a little bit further too.
Great, thanks, Jacinta. Next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a 73. Russell, coming to you. Yeah. Oh, look, as soon as I say someone's name, all these hands fly up. Oh. I said Russell first.
Oh, well, if someone's got something strong to say, I don't mind acquiescing.
Acquiescing?
Yes, giving in, Katie.
Thank you.
There's a story being told here, obviously, but it's sort of not quite as believable as it otherwise could have been. I mean, the noose, which I assume it is you know, if you were going to use it, it's a little bit close to the floor.
Great. Thanks, Russell. Tony, did you want to say something as well?
Just the fact that I just think that it's all just a little bit too literal with the storytelling. Sometimes you sort of have to evoke emotion without actually sort of putting something like that in front of us. It's just a little bit of a macabre way of doing it.
Great. That's better put.
Thank you, judges. Nice words of encouragement. Thank you very much. Next image, please. And we have a bronze at 77. And Tony. Tony, yes?
Yeah, I'm on 83 with this. I think it's quite a nice piece of communication, really. That movement and just that feeling of angst on the person's face, and just those line movements and just the grain and just the subtle face just poking out into there. I think it's just a quiet portrait that shows lots of emotion that deserves a low silver.
I'm going to go to Jackie first and then Russell. Yep. I'll come to you. So let's go to Jackie.
70. I was on 70 partly because it was hard to get through that grain. It's very grainy. And the brightest spot is the spot on her neck instead of where it possibly should be, which was the ridge of her nose, and that could have been controlled. I do like that composition, and the idea is really good. I just don't think it came off because of those technical things. unfortunately.
Thanks, Jackie. Russ?
Yeah, I'm with the comments that Tony made mood-wise, but I'm totally with Jackie. You know, the triangulation of light on her neck there, just I really wanted to love this whole thing. I do like it, but that triangulation of light really is the only place our eye can sort of settle, if you like, and that's a bit of a shame because it takes away from what is otherwise quite a gorgeous girl and a very kind of creative way of sending her to us.
Thanks, Russell. Back to you, Tony, please.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really say too much more about it. It's either something that you like or don't like, I suppose. And you are right about that light, but yeah, I still feel it's worthy of a low silver and not higher because of that light coming through. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Tony. Judges, please rescore. And we have went up by 1. We have 78, bronze award. Congratulations. Next image, please. And we have a score of 87. And Russell, you're the higher of the two. So let's go with your challenge.
The higher of the two. Oh, is there another one there somewhere, is there?
Yeah, there is. You're not alone, my friend.
Okay. I scored this 93. The first thing I enjoyed about it was the cropping of it, actually, and that the frame of the image of Jesus in the background not being centralized or completed. It's just there in the corner, but really the message, you know, it's this woman's not far from being cosseted by that icon, if you like, if you have that as your belief system, and really it's the closeness of how they might meet soon, and the detail is fantastic, and the mood from the lighting, the mood from the subject, it's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. It's gold as a piece of communication for me.
Great, thanks, Russell. I'm going to go over to Jackie now.
I'm off the pace on this a little bit at 74, and I wanted to really, really enjoy it, and I'm finding that I'm not sure what the subject is. I'm getting distracted to the background. For something to be so narrow, the depth of focus just on her eye, I'd love that background to be more out of focus so it's not distracting me, and it seemed to be really overworked a little bit. The almost so sharp and still crunched in there, and the little bright highlight on the post around the edge of her, but I love her gesture, and I'm just wanting to crop it down. But I'm listening, and maybe somebody else will talk about it as well.
Yes, Jacinta would love to.
Yeah, I'm a little bit with Jackie. I really wanted to love this image. When you look at it from afar, it's striking, but as soon as you zoom in, like, we're losing focus in her hand. It feels like her hand was sort of moving when the photographer took the shot, because we're losing detail in her hands, and I can't really see her thumb. I want to see all those dark spots on her hands. I want to see those crevices, but I feel like it's been overworked and tried to bring back the detail that's just missing the contrast.
Thanks, Jacinta. Tony?
Yeah, I'm on 92 with this, and I know who the author is, and I've pushed the appropriate buttons. So I've lived with this image to a certain extent, and I actually really quite enjoy the separation from the Jesus in the background through to the lady, and just the hand gestures of both of them, the flowing lines of the clothes, and the flowing line in Jesus's outfit. Just your eye, I think that sort of pulls the images together. I quite enjoy the highlights. It is quite harsh in its treatment, but I believe that is deliberate. and well thought out. I enjoy the vignetting that pulls you into the right areas of the image. But I think the biggest thing is the emotional content that you get from this image, and how it makes you feel, and you can get right inside that lady's head. So I think it's not a goal of distinction, but a good solid goal. And this is a superior piece of communication, easily in a standout so far in this category today.
Great, thank you, Tony. Back to you, Russell, for right of reply.
Thank you. Just to deal with your comment first, Jacinta, I mean, how many crevices and patches and stuff do you really need to see? There's plenty there, girl. I mean, her agedness and her proximity to passing into the realms of the person behind her is right there for us all to see. And Jackie, your comment on the depth of field, I mean, I wouldn't want to see that figure of Jesus any more blown out or sharp. I mean, she believes in this person, and she's not far away from coming to meet him. And I think his presentation to us in that sort of not quite sharp, not quite too blurry, we know who he is, we know what it represents to this woman, and I think the power of time nearing its end is very well delivered to us, and it is a solid piece of communication, and it is a solid gold.
Okay, thanks, Russell. Let's please rescore judges. Oh, now we have an 89. And we all know what an 89 means. An 89 means that judges need to either put in a score of 89 if they think it stays in the silver with distinction category, or a 90 if they feel it deserves a gold. So an 89 or a 90, please, judges. And we have an 89, so it's a silver with distinction. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges. Next image, please. We have a score of 70. And who wants to speak to that? Russell, you nodded your head.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, you did. So my eyes are now drawn to you. So
that's all good. I find actually bouncing between the face and the hands a little bit distracting, but the lighting's also very flat, and it's just a bit ordinary, if I could say that.
Thanks, Russ. Next image, please. Tony, are you ready?
Sorry. Thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Craig and Jacinta, you're muted.
Oh, she is.
Okay.
Gorgeous, though.
No. Have you gone back to the other screen? Oh, yeah. Just scroll along that way for a minute. Oh,
Sorry, something's weird's going on here. What's going on?
Yeah, it comes before.
do you want to?
Hang on.
Okay.
So what number is that telling us on that?
I don't have a number from you yet.
No, on that, what number image is it?
81.
Is it 80?
80.
Oh, 80, I think. Huh?
Yeah, image
Oh,
80.
yeah, 80. Sorry. Yeah.
On my screen, it's saying that the last image.
Something's
Not making sense on my
Right.
my running sheet.
standby.
Stand by.
Yes,
Hold 5. 1 moment, caller.
Says 82 on mine.
You should be on image 80, but let's just have a wee look.
Where's your red square, Tony?
There is no red square.
Ah,
Yeah, and it's gone on to 81 was.
Maybe we might just clear this up. We might just can we go to an ad?
Here we go. Now it's now the red square is on 83 on it. Something's gone amiss.
All right, we've just gone to an
It's
ad.
983, Tony, but it's
And we're back. All right. Thank you for being patient, people out there listening. We sorted it and we came up with a score of 80, which is a silver award. And Tony is going to challenge that one. Thanks, Tony.
I'm a problem child at the moment, so I'll keep to slow you down even a bit more. Yeah, I scored this 87. I think this is, quite a superior piece of communication. I think the photographer has got everything just sort of spot on here with where the hills are running through through the boy. You can sort of feel him deep in thought. Just his chin, just above that line with the dripping water on his chin. Yeah, so you've got that sense of the dynamic of that water coming through. You sort of know what he's about, and what he's doing, and just that shading coming through, and the film-based honesty of this as well. I think it all adds to it in this category. Colours are beautiful, pastel, beautiful lighting, thoughtful, well carried out, and quite lovely.
Thanks, Tony. Jacinta, you were down the other end of the scoring.
Yeah, I was in professional practice, and I think I was struggling with the darkness in the centre and also the graininess, which is over the whole image, except even though it's on his face, it just doesn't correlate. Like, it feels like I've got two different parts of an image. Of half of his face, there's no grain, and the whole rest of the image there is. And the focal point, I think, has been missed, even with his eye. Like, I'm struggling with his focus on his eye. But I can move up into the bronze range, but I'm not sure if I'm quite there on silver, but listening.
Russell, thanks, Jacinta. Russell.
I scored at 77, but I'm going to jump 10 points and go straight up with Tony. It is a wonderful piece of communication, and it's got a sort of a sensuality and a kind of a freshness about it. There's just something, the whole shape of his body, how it's been presented, and there's just something so youthful and vibrant. So there's just energy there, and the fact that it's sort of been not obviously dished up to us with that flare and the horizon running through him, and it's actually really clever. And as I've had the time to look at it, I've enjoyed it even more and more. And I think it's a silver distinction as well, given that it's got a point of difference I haven't seen for a while.
Thanks, Russell. And we are going back to Tony. Right of reply.
I suppose I'm old enough to know what shooting with film brings with it, and that this, a lot of this has just been done in camera. So using a thought process before they've shot, and I really enjoy it, especially in this category. And I think the band through the middle, the central piece, is what the image is all about. I don't sort of find that too dark. You can go in there, you can see detail. There's brightness on the boy's shoulder, and whatever's been put over the lens in the top part, it has worked. And it's just got this real surreal feel to it, and an honesty of youth, and I think it's a great silver distinction. Love you. Come up.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Tony. I'm still here, you just can't see me. Can we please rescore, judges? And we have an 86 silver with distinction. Well done. Great chats. Here I am. I'm back. Next image, please. And we have a score of 70. And I think let's hear from Jackie. Oh, Jacinta, sorry. Was that your hand?
Yeah.
Sorry. You go then.
Yeah, I think what lets it down is, for starters, is the box. Like, it's quite small for him in the sort of representation of the image that we're given, and the strength. The expression on his face doesn't match what he's doing. I've done body competitions before, and we want to see a strain in that face, and maybe even a heavier weight that would correlate with it. I think would make it a little bit stronger.
A lot heavier.
Yeah.
Thank you, judges. Now we've got a judge change. Russell, you can take a break. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And Richard, would you like to come back in for us?
No props.
Thanks, Richard. Next image, please. We have a score of 72. And Richard, you were the higher of those scores. Would you like to say a few things?
Yeah, I rewarded this for, I enjoyed firstly the experimentation, but I like the idea that maybe there was another her inside her, if you get what that means. So almost another soul, another thought, another side existing in that head. So I rewarded that with a 76.
Great.
So well done.
Next image, please. We have a score of 70. Thank you, judges. No hands up. Then Jacinta, thank you.
I think possibly we've been given the information here, but the story's not being told. So I think that's what's lacking. We want a little bit more story to correlate with what is being given.
Great advice. Thank you. Next image, please. Craig, oh, there we go. Thanks, Craig. We have a score of 71. And Jackie.
Yeah, I just, there's a great moment of energy and joy here for this girl, but I think it's all in the cropping off the sky and bringing our attention back down to that shadow would have helped and brought the exposure up, perhaps plus and make it black and white. It's not my photo though. Okay.
Great, thanks, Jackie. Next image, please. We have a bronze award at 76. Thank you, judges. That's all beautifully consistent. Tony?
Yeah, I scored it in the bronze range. I think that the impact of this is definitely the facial expression. So in the top part of the body without needing all the what's happening with the legs and things. So just think about what you want to focus on. But yeah, brilliant capture.
Thanks, Tony. Next image, please. We have a score of 71. Richard, thank you.
Yeah, look, cute little moment here. There is a bit of, there's a spot up in the top left-hand corner, but just a big one for the photographer. When you're photographing, especially couples like this, that might, the guys get the cell phone out of the lower pocket and whatever's on the coat.
Thanks, Richard. Great advice. Next image, please. And we have a score of 74, high professional standard. Thank you, judges. Let's go to Craig. Thank you, Craig. Oh, you got your microphone off.
Muted. That's
There
because
you
the cat's
go.
meowing. Yeah, I think the photographer's done a really nice exposure on the sky here. The stars seem to be nice pinpoints of light, but I just don't get what the rest is about. So just think about what you're trying to say in the images, I guess.
Great. Thanks, Craig. Jackie, would you like to take a wee break?
Sure.
Thank you so much. Johan, are you there?
I'm here.
Fantastic.
There we go.
Yay. Could we have the next print, please? Or image, I should say. Haven't said that often, I don't think. It's hard. We have another high professional standard at 74. And who am I going to go to? Maybe you, Johan, since you've just come back.
Oh, thanks.
I know you like talking.
I love the colour palette. I love the expression. I love the feeling. I'm actually not sure how I would even improve on this image. I actually think it's really strong and quite powerful. I love the brooding sky and that little bit of hope in the light. I'm not sure what I would advise the photographer to do to make it better.
Great, thanks, Johan. Next image, please. And we have a score of 81. Yes, Tony.
Yeah. I'm on 92. I really enjoy this image for the poetic nature of the body language, the way the person is at one with nature, and how that road just flows from the right up to her, to the highlight on the rock that's been controlled. So you're sort of drawn through all these lines back into her, and her body language is just perfect. And just looking up to the stars, I actually had to turn my monitor down a bit because I thought it was a bit bright. I quite enjoy the grain of the shot and the mood and atmosphere that brings. And yeah, I'd love to see a big file of this, but I think it's just sheer beauty, very natural, in a stunning piece of art.
Fabulous. Thank you, Tony. I'm going to ask Johan to say a few things. He was at the other end of the scale.
Sorry, Tony. I really wanted to love this image. I really wanted to feel entranced by it. There's just a couple of small things, and I was probably really mean giving it only a 73, and I'm happy to come up a bit. Two things. One was the bend on her wrist, on her right wrist, that I found a little bit distracting. It took away from the flow that she's generating with the form of her body down the side of the very precarious looking hill. And the other was the highlight behind the lower part of her back is taken away from her beautiful form. And it would have been nice to not have that if possible. I gave it a high professional standard. I'm happy to go into a silver. Not sure about a gold yet though, but keep talking. I have ears.
Thanks, Johan. Richard? Just unmute yourself, Richard. Thanks.
Yeah, look, I placed this as at an 84 and was a bit chicken to go into the silver distinction, but I'm gonna definitely move up. Tony, all I could do is reiterate what you're sort of saying, but I want to look at it from a different viewpoint. I see here this woman as a serpent, and the lines come down through her, and then it almost out through the feet, like her legs at the beginning of this tail. And she is part of this land. You know, Tony speaks about her being part of the land, and she's part of a lot of the land. You know, that tail sweeps down and all through the center of those mountains there. And yeah, your eyes kind of adjust backwards and forwards between that serpent figure and the landscape, but she's part of that. I just want to address the bend on the wrist. In terms of flow, Johan, I actually see that angle of the wrist is mimicked throughout the different angles of her body. I mean, we can see that angle in the wrist is also mimicked and mirrored by, well, in the opposite by her elbow. Down through the breast is that same angle, and then through the, and it's similar sort of stuff down through the rock. So I think that bend of the wrist actually brings her up to a peak, and I actually quite enjoy it. So I'm definitely coming higher. I'm joining you, Tony. Yeah.
Thanks, Richard. Anyone else before we go back to Tony? No hands up. Take it away, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, how Richard just explained it. So there's several interpretations of this. Johan, with the broken wrists, I actually see that as a sign of being uncomfortable in a way where the person is. But you can sort of see that break in the wrist and those rocky outcrops directly behind her there. They're harsh, just like her wrist breaks. But her wrists aren't, your eye is not jarringly stopped there. And I just love that little highlight in the arch of her back. I think it's providing, a bit of a separation there with her beautiful figure. And I mean, it's just one of those shots where, somebody's out in this environment and they go, look, there's a shot there. They've pre-visualized this. It's not, this is just not happenstance. They just thought, go and stand here. They've actually visually seen this in this sort of environment. I think they've worked it to a great degree. I love that you can't see too much down in the bottom of the valley. You always get drawn back into those beautiful highlights just leading up through that road. And your eye rolls around this. It's just a stunning piece of communication. I'd love you to come up to gold if you can, please.
Wonderful. Thanks, Tony. Judges, please rescore. And we have a score of 88. That's a silver with distinction. Thank you, judges. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next image, please? Tony, have you put yours in? Thank you. We have a 76, a bronze award. Congratulations. Jacinta?
Yeah, I really adored this. I love the connection between the two. I'm not sure how to lift it any stronger into the silver range. I think it sits quite well in the bronze. Beautiful moment. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Craig. Russell, are you about? Do you just want to pop in for Craig for this one?
Certainly.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Craig. Yeah, Russell, come down, take that.
Sorry,
you just entered, did you see where you entered that?
So we're on image 91, yeah?
Yes, we are. Thank you. But if you could go back and take that one out of row
85.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, sir.
Okay. 91, initial score is...
Image 91, row 94.
Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. And we have a score of 78. Jacinta, she would like to challenge that one.
I love this, and I was really hoping to be on the panel when this came up because this was a standout to me. I have seen something similar before, not knowing who the artist is. But I just find it fascinating that we've been able to engage in an image where we've got a double exposure, yet we're still creating an image with both contained in a different atmosphere. The only thing that was holding me off going gold is that branch that's sort of coming through the right eye. But I just think it's a powerful piece of artwork that could stand on any wall. And to me, it was a standout in a silver distinction. So let's have a chat.
Great, thank you, Jacinta. Russell?
I scored at 78 and love to score at bloody 98. But what is that thing in the eye? I mean, with all the control that's been given here, if you're going to choose that substrate to, that surface, to play with, that is so distracting, that thing, that it kind of like takes it away. It just sort of is annoyingly there.
Thanks, Russell. Anyone else want to say anything before we go back to Jacinta for right of reply? I think it's all up to you. Go, Jacinta.
Yeah, because the same point that I had with Russell, but if that wasn't there, I would have gone to gold. So I think it's quite harsh to be sort of judging it down at 78 for 1 point. I think sitting in a silver distinction is where it belongs. Let's see if we can give it a few more points.
Thank you. Judges, please rescore. And we now have a 79. So judges, let's rescore this again. And if you feel it sits in bronze, please score 79. If you think it sits in silver, please score 80. Dun, dun, dun. And we have a bronze award at 79. Congratulations to the photographer. Thanks,
Still
Jacinta.
love you, Jacinta.
Love you too, Russell.
Next image, please. Oh, thank you. Sorry, Craig, I'll bring you back in a minute.
I was going to say, do you still want me to be here, Kate? I haven't
Yeah,
scored or
just
anything.
now that I've done it, just stay
Okay.
there for a minute.
All
Russ, thank you.
Yep. No worries.
We have a bronze award at 76. And judges, yep, we're good with that. Fantastic, thank you. Bronze award. Johan, would you like to say a few wee things?
I think that the photographer made a very good choice in making this black and white. It's a strongly, and it's great that it's square because it makes it solid. There's a curiosity about the tools. I think it's a really well constructed image. I like the power in it. Yeah, even could have gone perhaps a little higher, maybe. I don't know. I liked it.
Thank you, judges. Now, Russell, thank you for popping in. Craig, actually, we were going to do a judge change as well, so you might as well stay off. So if
Okay.
Russell, you pop off. You pop off for me. Laura, if you could come back in for Craig.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. And Jacinta, let's give you a wee break and bring back Mel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Righty. Next image, please. We have a score of 73. Pretty consistent there from our judges. Thank you, judges. And Johan, thank you.
Oh, no. Oh, sorry. I was coughing.
Oh, was that not your hand?
That's okay. I can say something. Yeah, I really like the sort of beautiful sort of almost disengagement with the subject. I do find the structure on the right-hand side a bit overbearing. Yeah.
Thanks, Johan. Next image, please. You have a bronze award at 78. Thank you, judges. Bronze award, congratulations. Let's hear from, no hands. Melissa, actually, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think this is a lovely example. it's a great image, beautiful texture, well lit, very engaging, with, you know, sort of the tongue coming out. And I guess it's showing us a bat in a very engaging manner. So I think it's really well done, and congratulations on the award.
Thanks, Mel. Next image, please. We have a 79, and we need to rescore this if no one's challenging on this one. One person can, but no. Okay. So judges, we're sitting on a 79. So if you could rescore a 79 for a bronze or an 80 for a silver. Scroll past and the next thingy. Johan, could you take your score back to one column, the one that says final score?
Aren't we supposed to do this in the review score?
Well, it wasn't challenged.
No, that's why it goes into the review score.
79 or 80, wasn't it?
Yeah.
In the review score column.
Roll along a bit more. Who else is in there? Oh, okay. We've got 3 of you in one lot and 2 in the other. So go back, Shah.
Where would you like us?
So then let's go into the image review score. Laura and Mel, just take them out of that one and put them in. Thank you.
Done.
Good. Awesome. And we have an 80. So we have a silver. Congratulations. Now, can we have a wee word from Tony?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. I only just said your name. You're good.
Yes. So I think the storytelling here is very good, and the coloration I enjoy with its coldness, matching the sea. But you just watch out, you know, some of the elements on the left and right, especially the right, is quite distracting. So, but yeah, lovely work.
Great. Thank you, Tony. Next image, please. And we have a score of 69. Thanks, judges. Nice and consistent again. We like that. Let's have a wee word from Melissa. Melissa. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think in terms of looking at improving this image, maybe give us a little bit more of a storyline of this dog. You know, give us a context as to where it is, and tell us a little bit more of a story about the animal. So yeah, but well done. Good professional practice.
Wonderful. Thanks, Mel. Next image, please. We have a 74 high professional standard. Thank you, judges. Let's maybe go to Johan for a re-sentence.
I like the confusion that's created by the legs up by the head. And I like the softness and gentleness of it. There's a couple of highlights, one on the forehead and one on the knee that are a little bit distracting from the simplicity of the image. Here we go.
Thank you. Next image, please. Is it a red card?
Yep.
Thanks, Johan. Who have we got in the waiting in the wings? Russell? Russell is there.
Yep. How many pairs of glasses do I need? Okay.
Oh.
Oops, did it again. Hang on.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's right. You know what you did. You're good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Russell. We have a bronze award at 77. That's super consistent. Thank you. Any hands up? No, can't see any. Laura, I'm going to come to you.
Oh, yep. I love this portrait. It's nice and strong, and I like the tones. They're quite haunting, and yeah, really, really cool. Well done.
Thanks, Laura. Thanks, Russell.
Cheers.
Come on back, Johan.
Here it comes.
Here he is. Here he is. Thank you. Next image, please. And we have a silver award at 80. And we're all good with an 80. Fantastic. There you go. Thanks, Richard.
Okay, I scored this silver distinction. Look, I'm not entirely sure what the narrative is, but I don't have to. He's obviously exasperated. You know, there's a lot of emotion in this. There's a whole lot of earthiness, that mud that stuck to him. But what I'm really loving is that design aesthetic of that mesh that's entwined around his face and leads up into the sky, and what that leads to. That's the story that starts making me think really hard, and there's so many different narratives that can be pulled out of this. What I'm especially liking though is just the whole design of it, and the way that shape that leads off into the top left, the way it's been treated is just really, really beautiful. And it didn't feel right for it to just sit in the silver, so I've put it up there at the silver distinction for all of that. But.
Thanks, Richard. Johan.
Cool. I've got a narrative for you, Richard. This is, he's feeling caged in, but his mind's unraveling. And that kind of works for me as a story that holds that together. I like the balance, the use of the shape of the photograph, so the proportions, and the placement of the subject within it. And I gave it a measly 76. I'll come up to a silver. Keep talking, it could go higher.
Thanks, Johan. Tony.
Yeah, I scored at 76. I was sort of way up there in the silvers, and then I sort of looked at it, and then I went, oh, his top part of his body says that, you know, I'm a tortured soul or whatever. But then you look at the legs and go, well, who sits like that if they're tortured? Or they're showing some angst, or, you know, you've got that charge running through the body, you've got the charge running through the hands. Then you look at the legs and go, oh, it just looks like he's sitting on the toilet. It just doesn't make any sense to me that, yeah, that the strength is the top part of the image, but yet you're not seeing any power. So it's sort of distracted from the story. for me a little bit.
Thanks, Tony. And it looks like we're going back to you, Richard.
Yeah, no, Tony, I can see what you're saying, actually. It might have been nice to take some symmetry away from those legs. I can see some tensions in the toes there. But you know, I'm still quite firm on the silver distinction, so I'm going to stay where I am. I encourage you guys to come up. I think it's worth more than just a silver.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. And we have an 85, silver with distinction. Great chats. Thank you. Congratulations to the photographer. Well done. Next image, please. And we are currently sitting on an 88, which is a silver distinction. And Tony, yes. Yes, Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm on 90, what am I on, Kate? 90.
You're on 97.
Yeah, so just immediately 97.
Go, Tony.
This portrait, I just, what's not to love about this? I mean, look at this distinguished gentleman, you know, with that grey matter and his stare. What is he, a lawyer? Private and confidential written on his paperwork. You know, collar up, so he's just a little bit mysterious, but look at that wispy hair floating back, you know, with all that years of history and knowledge inside that brain. And just, whatever you call those red scarfy thing, blowing out the side, and then that foot planted. But, you know, that foot planted with bare feet. So, you know, it's portraying another part of his character. Look at the thinking man's hand, the body language, the material of whatever he's sitting on, the beautiful background. The best portraits are always the simplest, and this has got it in spades. I think it's near perfect. I love the darkness. The vignetting is perfect. It suits the age of the person. You just know that this man is super intelligent and has a good life, and has got a quirky side as well. Quirky person in the picture, quirky person taking the photo. Amazing stuff. 97.
Thank you, Tony. Now I've got the two girls at the lower end of the scale. So which one of you two?
I'll give it a go.
Yeah, go, Laura.
I just didn't get that at all, Tony, but thank you for pointing it out. I just didn't get a story at all. And there's a couple of highlights along his eyes and along the bottom of the papers that just caught my eye there. Happy to listen again and see what else you guys can come up with.
Thank you, Laura. Anyone else wanting to? Yes, Richard, you are not far off Tony.
Yeah. No, I'm up in gold as well for everything that Tony said. And this is one of these portraits that I look at and go, oh, I wish that I'd taken that. It makes me really jealous. It's just so beautiful. And what I really love is just the velvety, everything that Tony said, plus the tones, the velvety tones that are coming through here, that scarf, the way it's flowing around there, and it looks like it could be some sort of merino or wool or something, but it doesn't, the way it's sitting, and it matches that hair. The highlights you're talking about, Laura, they're not blown out. They're giving this man character. I think the highlights are perfectly acceptable. And yeah, that private and confidential that's written on the papers, he's like something out of Harry Potter, but it's done better. So I'm allowed to raise my score again. So I'm going to do it. Yeah, I'm coming up high too.
Great, thanks, Richard. Anyone else before we go back to Tony?
Yeah, Johan just waved.
Huh?
I did not. I don't want to be a naysayer.
You don't have to comment if you don't want to. We can go back to Tony.
Is that what's happening?
I think it's you, Tones.
Yeah, I just think I've probably said just about everything I need to say. But you know, Richard likes it, and he's quite particular about things. If anybody hadn't noticed, yeah, no. So I mean, we're seeing it. I think you know that just the strength of character. I mean, the more you look, the more you see. There's just that the veins in his foot and in his hands clutching the private and confidential. You know, just simplicity and everything in this image. Even that back foot just sort of turned up, and you know, maybe there's a softer side you can sort of see in that posing in a way, but you know, with the top part of that strength of character, it's just so simple, but just you know, I just don't believe it gets any better for this sort of type of work. You know, that's in a studio or whatever. You know, how's the photographer just brought out all of this character so simply? And I think this guy is quite theatrical. He knows what he's about. He's comfortable in his own skin. He's been comfortable in his life and what he's been doing. But you know, that gaze, that eye, look at it. It just I'll go again. That wispy hair poking out there. I think the highlights are great. It needs something to lift, and that's from the proper light source. This is controlled. It's very, very controlled. 97. Pretty pleased.
Great. Thanks, Tony. Judges, please rescore. And we have a gold award at 92. Congratulations to the photographer. Thank you, judges, for your passion. We like that. Tony, Richard, well done. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a high professional standard at 74. Thank you, judges. Let's have a wee word from... Yeah, Johan, go on. I saw you look at me.
Thanks. I like the almost mean, intense stare that we're getting off from the eyes. I think the reflection of the photographer taking the photograph in the eyeball is a little distracting.
Great advice. Thanks, Johan. Next image, please. And we have a score of 76, bronze award. Congratulations. Let's go to Laura. Would you like to say a few things? You were up there with the score.
Yep, I really enjoyed this. I think it's a gorgeous girl. Very believable and very humorous. So yeah, really enjoyed it.
Thanks, Laura. That's awesome. Next image, please. And we have a score of 73. And we're good with 73. Thank you, judges. That's a professional standard. And the final word, I reckon maybe Tony.
Okay. Yeah, I think with this image, you know, that the circle down below is all quite well exposed. The craziness that's going up above there is just a little bit lost in the detail. But I think it'd be an interesting place wherever you go and hang out in my job. Yeah, but yeah, congratulations for doing something quite interesting.
Thanks, Tony. Good advice again. And that's a wrap, folks. Thank you so much. What a great category. Congratulations to all the entrants, all of those who achieved an award. Now, just judges, if you could just stay for a wee moment afterwards. And I just want to thank all of the judges. You guys are all amazing. We love you all. Thank you for your energy. We know it's tough sitting in front of a screen, but you did such a good job. And the audience out there, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it and got some education. Such an educational thing to sit and watch even other people's images being judged and critiqued. You get a lot of, I reckon people get a lot of education out of that. And as sponsor, Memento Pro, big shout out to them, Libby and Jeff and the team at Memento Pro. There we go. Thanks, Mike. You're so onto it. Mike in the background, he's doing all the behind the scenes stuff. Thank you so much. We also have Tracy Kay and Jan Marie helping out up in Rotorua. They're in Rotorua. Harry, you're in Auckland. Thanks, Harry. Down here was myself and Shah and Paul. Paul's left. He had something else to do. So he's gone. I think he's gone to do a job. But that's okay. We'll let him do that. And that is everything. So our next judging is tomorrow. Tomorrow is what? Tuesday. We have landscape in camera. That's starting at 9 a.m. bright and early. We'll see you then. Thanks, everyone.